Good morning and welcome to Information System Festival Seminar 2025, Bridging the Gap, Generative AI as an Enabler of Future Business Potential. I'm Bimo.
And I'm Clarity.
And we will be your hosts throughout this event. Glory to the Almighty that all of us can gather here to participate in Isfest Seminar 2025.
To the Coordinator of Student Affairs, lecturers of Information System, moderator and speaker, judges, and all participants who are here in this event, we warmly welcome you.
By any chance, are there any of you who aren't from Faculty of Information Technology? Can I see your hands, please? Okay, I think there's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, 5,000.
Okay, so what about those who are from Faculty of Information Technology? Let me hear your voice, please. Yeah, I think there's also lots of people.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, anyway, do you know that Isfest 2025 has its own tagline?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard the committees have prepared some moves for it as well.
Oh, that sounds so cool.
I know, right? Of course we shall. To the committees, can you please show us the tagline for Isfest 2025?
So we have tagline that Isfest built. So the tagline is breaking the gap, breaking boundaries, building future. Breaking boundaries, building future.
Okay, breaking boundaries, building futures. I think it's time for us to try the tagline together.
Alright, I think we all should stand up and do it together, okay? Let's all stand up and do it together. On count of 3, yeah, guys.
Okay, wait. Let us wait for them to be prepared first.
Okay.
Everyone ready? Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Isfest 2025, breaking boundaries, building future.
Wow, what a crowd. I can feel their enthusiasm already.
Yeah, I know, right? And everyone, you may sit back down.
This year Isfest Seminar becomes more special since it brings up a unique theme, Generative AI as an enabler of future business potential.
Exactly, and it will be an interesting topic to cover, and it seems that the theme is quite up to date with what this generation is down about. AI, technology, business and stuff.
Indeed. I believe everyone here is more than excited to hear the discussion later. To begin this event with gratitude, we would like to invite Yosef to lead us in a prayer.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our seminar, it would be good for us to pray. Let us pray. Dear God, thank you for gathering us today in this event. We are all here together asking for your guidance and blessing as we start this seminar. We hope you will open our hearts and minds to the knowledge and skill we learned today. May we be attentive, engaging, and open to learning and growing. We pray for the speaker and moderator that their words will be inspiring and their efforts will be fruitful. May their expertise and insight be a blessing to all of us. We also pray for everyone who is involved in this event. We hope that we may support and encourage one another in our learning journey. May this time be productive and transformative, bringing us closer to your purpose for our life and work. Amen.
Thank you, Joseph, for the prayer. May this event can run smoothly from now until the end. Next, we will sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by Hymne Satya Wacana and Mars FTI.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you all to stand up.
Everyone may sit down again.
Coming up next, there's a special performance that will entertain us all.
Yes, sir. There will be a traditional dance performance from Sumba named Tari Woleka. This dance will be performed by students of Satya Wacana Christian University who came from Sumba.
Satya Wacana Christian University itself is known for being Indonesia Mini because of the students came from every place in Indonesia.
That's right. And in Satya Wacana Christian University, we're not only learning academically, but also learn to love and appreciate our own cultures.
Anyway, back to Tari Woleka. This dance is usually performed by women of a region in order to welcome the heroes back to their hometown.
It is also performed when welcoming noble and important guests. And without longer wait, performers, the floor is yours.
Let's give a whole round of applause to welcome Tari Woleka. What an amazing performance! This dance is packed with cultural symbolism of the local community.
Absolutely. And up next, we shall hear some words from the chairperson of HMPSI, Caroline Nathania Putri. To Caroline, you may say your speech.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Indonesia, Professor Dr. R. Logeswaran, our honorable guest, our distinguished Mr. Hendry, as the moderator of the Isfest 2025, and Mrs. Krisniati, translator for the Isfest 2025, Mr. Evans Mailoa, Head of Counseling, Professor Insinyur Dr. Daniel Manungga, Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology, Mrs. Hana Priliska Chernovita, Head of the Information System Program, and Ratnasari Sumekar, Chairperson of Isfest 2025, Clemens Immanuel Sanchaka, President of the Student Senate of Faculty of Information Technology, and our respected lecturers, competition participation, competition judges, our seminar participants, and all attendees here. First of all, it is a truly privileged for me, on behalf of the Information System Student Association, to welcome you guys to this international seminar of Isfest 2025. Over the past 2 days, Isfest had a competition, and it has showcased the creativity and innovation of the students through our national competitions. And today, we gather here not only for a seminar, but also to expand our knowledge and perspective through this international seminar. The theme of the Isfest 2025 is Bridging the Gap, Generative AI as an Enabler of Future Business Potential, reflects our commitment to embracing technology as a driver of innovation and entrepreneurship. We are honored to learn from Professor Dr. R. Logeswaran, whose insight will inspire us to explore new opportunities in this exciting era. I would like to thank the organizing team for their dedication to preparing our event, and all of you guys for your participation in this international seminar. I wish you a meaningful seminar and look forward to seeing Isfest continue to grow as a platform of excellence and collaboration. That's all from me. Let us break our borders and build our future. May this seminar brings a new knowledge to all of us. Thank you, and may God bless us always.
Thank you for the words, Caroline. And now we invite the Ketua SMF FTI, Clemens Immanuel Sancaka, to give a brief speech. Clemens, the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Peace be upon us all. First and foremost, let us offer our praise and gratitude to God Almighty, for by His grace we are able to gather today for the event Bridging the Gap, Generative AI as an Enabler of Future Business Potential. On this special occasion, allow me to extend our deepest gratitude to many individuals who have made this event possible. First, I would like to express my gratitude to Ratna Sari Sumekar as the chairperson of Isfest committee and for her outstanding leadership. Our gratitude also goes to the committee members. Your dedication and meticulous preparation were the driving force behind this event. My sincere appreciations also goes to to Caroline Natania Putri, the head of Information System Student Association, for her continuous support, as well as to Mirses Hana Priliska Sernovita, SSC MCS, the head of Information System Program, for her guidance and encouragement in making this seminar a reality. Our sincere thanks goes to Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology, Professor Insinyur Daniel Manonga, MSc Ph.D, and the rectorers who have graced us with their presence and support today. We are especially honored to welcome our distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. R. Logeswaran. We are eagerly await the invaluable insight that you will share with us today. And finally, a warm thank you to everyone in the audience. Your presence is what makes this seminar a truly special occasion. Let's give us a round of applause, please. Now, to our respected faculty, fellow innovators, and all who have joined us today, generative AI is here, and it's ready to revolutionize the business world. However, there is a gap still exists between this immense potential and practical implementation. Therefore, the purpose of our event today is clear, is to bridge that gap. We will explore how generative AI can serve as a powerful engine for innovation and efficiency. And it is our hope that you will leave with new inspiration, knowledge, and new connections. To conclude, let's explore the potential of AI together to build a brighter future, more prosperous future for business. I'm Clement Simanol Sancaka, the President of Student Senate Faculty, and it is now my great honor to wish you all an engaging and insightful seminar. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, Clemens. Next, we are inviting the Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology to give his opening remarks. Please welcome Professor Insinyur Daniel H.F. Manongga, MSc, Ph.D.
Respected guest, Professor Dr. Logeswaran, Dean of the Faculty of Information Technology, Health University, honored invite guests. As I know, there are 12 university representatives here from Bina Nusantara, BINUS, from BINUS Malang, and University Brawijaya also from Malang, University Multidata Palembang from South Sumatra, Nusantara PGRI University Tegiri, and Gajah Mada University in Yogyakarta, Ciputra University Surabaya, Bunda Mulia University in Tangerang, Pakuan University Bogor, Telkom University Bandung, Subya Pranoto Catholic University in Semarang, and the last but not least is Alma Ata University in Bantul. Welcome to the Satiwacana. Also, distinguished participants of the Isfest seminar and business competition, welcome to the Satiwacana. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and may peace be upon us, all of us. First of all, I would like to thank to God Almighty for His grace and blessing which have allowed us to gather here today for this special occasion. It is both an honor and privilege for the Faculty of Information Technology, Satiwacana Christian University, to host this prestigious event, the Isfest International Seminar and Business Competition. Let me briefly introduce our faculty. The Faculty of Information Technology, or FTI, is one of the 14 faculty at Satiwacana Christian University. We currently offer 10 academic programs ranging from diploma to doctoral level, and are proud to serve around 4,000 students who come from across the archipelago of Indonesia, from Sumatra to Papua, from Sulawesi to Timur. This rich diversity reflects a true mini Indonesia, reaching our campus, and we celebrate the unique perspective and experience each student bring to us. The Isfest event is not only an international academic forum, but also a platform to foster innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit through the business competition component. It is our hope that the Isfest will be a source of inspiration and collaboration for all participants. We are confident that through this event, we can strengthen academic ties, exchange knowledge, and promote the spirit of healthy competition in a global context. Before I conclude this speech, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the entire organizing committee for information study program with Bu Hana and his team, her team. Thank you very much for your effort to making this event can run smoothly. For your hard working in making this event possible. May Isfest be fruitfully and memorable experience for everyone involved. Thank you and enjoy this seminar and competition. God bless all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the words, Mr. Daniel. Now we're heading to the implementation agreement signing.
This agreement embarks the collaboration between Faculty of Technology of Satya Wacana Christian University and Help University.
To Professor Dr. R. Logeswaran as a representative of Help University, Ms. Hana Priliska Chair Novita S.Kom MCS, Mr. Budi Kristianto S.Kom MSc Ph.D,
and Ms. Krismiati S.Pd MA Ph.D. as the representative of Faculty of Information Technology Satya Wacana Christian University. We would like to invite all of you together on the stage to sign the agreement.
To the representative of Satya Wacana Christian University, you all may sign the agreement.
Now, to the representative of Help University, you may sign the agreement. To all representatives, now you may take a picture with the agreement letter, and the documentation team, are you ready to take the picture? Okay, it seems you're ready.
Please give applause to all of the representatives. May this agreement can proceed to be beneficial for both parties.
Thank you to our representatives. Now you may go back to your designated seat. Right now, we are heading to the main agenda of today's event, the presentation.
The presentation will be led by Mr. Hendry, S.Kom, M.Kom, Ph.D. as the moderator and featuring Professor Dr. R. Logeswaran as the speaker. Please give a warm welcome to our moderator, Mr. Hendry, S.Kom, M.Kom, Ph.D.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Okay. I will not make it a long introduction. So before we start the main agenda, let me introduce our distinguished speaker, Professor Logeswaran. I will read. I get this very long CV, so it's my job to make it short. So Professor Dr. R. Logeswaran is Dean of Faculty of Computing and Technology, Help University, Malaysia. He is also a joint professor for Feltech, Rajan. It's a little bit hard to say. Saguntala R&D Institute of Science and Technology in India. He's also a visiting professor for Guru Nanak Development Engineering College, Bidar, India, and also a past chair of IEEE Signal Processing Society, Malaysia chapter. Professor Logeswaran, graduating from Bachelor Engineering in Computing and Imperial College, London. Wow, it's very famous in United Kingdom. And he also completed his master and PhD at MMU and got a postdoctoral research in Korea. His research interests right now are in image processing, data compressions, artificial intelligence, and data science, with over 180 publications has been made. Right, Professor? That's a very impressive publications. Professor Logeswaran is also a senior member of the IEEE and the two-term past chair of our IEEE Signal Processing Society of Malaysia chapter. So, without any delay, please give a big applause and welcome Professor Logeswaran for his speak. Professor, the stage are yours.
Okay, very good morning. Firstly, of course, let me thank Dr. Hendry for the kind introduction. I'd like to thank the organizing committee and the institutions that are organizing this event. Excellent job, so congratulations on organizing such a wonderful event. And of course, all of you, thank you so much for being here, right? So we're talking about an important topic now with generative AI, where everyone gets to use AI. I mean, when I started AI a long, long time ago, the gray hair should say something, it was only if you knew how to use it, if you know how to train it, if you know how to build it, that you can use AI. Now, anyone, including kids, are using AI. So this topic is really important because we do need to bridge the gap, right? With generative AI being there, it is now an enabler of future business potential, and we are looking from taking innovation to the real world, right? So how to actually do that transition. Okay, so this has already been shared, so some of the affiliations I have. Now, before I go into the real topic matter, maybe just a little bit about my university. So I'm from Help University. Help University turns 40 years old next year, so we're slightly younger than Satya Wacana. We are located in Kuala Lumpur, 2 campuses, both also are close by to Kuala Lumpur. And we have the interesting mission when we were created, which is to help people succeed in life and live a life of significance through education. So I think that is the aspiration that keeps us going, right? We want people to succeed, but not just succeed, live a life of significance. All right, so these are the campuses. My campus, the Faculty of Computing and Digital Technology, is situated in the campus on the left, which is the Subang Bestari campus. It's our green campus. And the Vice Chancellor and a lot of the management are in the Kuala Lumpur, Damansara campus. All right, so the green campus, well, it's called green campus because it's got a bit more green spaces. Of course, the facilities are more modern, modern libraries and so on. Lots of hangout areas for the students, right? Student lounges. Of course, the other facilities, dance room, music room, etc. Recently, we put in the rock climbing wall as well to give our students a little bit more to do. All right, and then of course, we have other programs like law, so we have a moot court and other facilities. All right, so for the faculty, we have some interesting facilities. We are part of the Malaysian Premier Digital Tech Institution, which means we contribute towards the IT side or the digital technology side for Malaysia. And we have a Maker Hub, which is a project hub lab, hybrid labs. One of the interesting things we did is also an IoT smart farm. And now we're introducing application of what you study into the modern technology. So we have a drone area now for students to actually apply their programming skills on drones, as well as we've got a few MetaQuest 3 mixed reality goggles now. So again, something that students can apply. Okay, some of the programs at the faculty itself, all the way from diploma down to PhD, including ODL programs, open and distance learning, where the programs can be done overseas online. Okay, now let me get on to the actual topic matter. So what I'll cover, I'll do a bit of introduction, and then we'll move on to look into how will generative AI influence businesses, how to use generative AI in business, and we go on then to look at what are the issues. Because everyone's using generative AI, but sometimes we use it very carelessly. So we look into some of the issues and then what the future holds. Okay, so as I mentioned, generative AI is a fact. It's no longer a nice to have kind of item. It is now a must have. You must have the skills to use generative AI. You can't run away from that. And that is true for businesses as well. So businesses are facing a rapid digital disruption. If businesses do not pick up on generative AI, they will lose out. It's as simple as that, right? Because if your competitor is using advanced tools and you are using the very traditional way, you will lose out. So it's something you have to do. So AI is no longer optional. It is considered as foundational. You will have to use it. Now, what's the difference between traditional artificial intelligence and generative AI? So traditionally, what you do is you build a model, you train on certain data, you use it to analyze the data and to predict, which was very good. It did quite a good job. My PhD, for instance, I did disease detection, cancer and so on, using AI. But the difference now is generative AI goes well beyond that. It generates, it creates, which means it allows imagination. It allows you to imagine beyond what we have now. It allows you to create, allows you to innovate, allows you to personalize. This is something that we didn't really have the capability to do before, right? And these things make a difference in business, a huge difference. So generative AI is not just a tool anymore, it is a collaborator. You work with it to come up with new things or better things. Okay. Of course, you know examples of generative AI. The typical general tools include ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Copilot, Gemini, Perplexity, right? Claude, you have Midjourney, DALL-E, GitHub's Copilot, and so on. But one of the interesting things, and the one I have in the box up there, everyone's worried. If AI is so good, what are we going to do? AI is going to take all our jobs, right? It's a serious concern, right? When the Industrial Revolution came about, farmers lost their jobs. So, if AI can do our job, then why do I need you and me? Example, AI can teach, so I lose my job. So what is interesting is the World Economic Forum has found, by 2030, we expect that 22% of the jobs worldwide will be lost. Okay, that means you're talking about 92 million jobs will be displaced. This is a fact. Because certain jobs, even now, I mean in Malaysia, for instance, I can tell you, if you go to a supermarket, many of the cashiers are now not used because it's self-checkout. So cashiers lose their jobs. In banks, a lot of the banking now is done online. The bank tellers are also reduced. So certain jobs will definitely be lost. Okay? But very important, 170 million new roles will be created. New roles like what? Things that we couldn't do before that now we can because of AI. Example, I'm not an artist. You ask me to come up with an art piece or even a digital art piece, it would take me forever and I won't do a good job. Now I can just go and say, hey AI, create art. In 8 seconds, it can give me a beautiful picture. Now I can actually do art-related work. See, that's a huge difference. Some new skill that can be now enabled because we have this kind of tools around. So if I go back to the Industrial Revolution example, farmers lost their job because tractors were built. But because tractors were built, now you need people to be able to build the screws, the bolts, the nuts. You need people to be able to build the tractors. You need people to be able to make the black oil for the engine. You need people to make the accessories, the logistics chain, right? All those things related, accessories, even the plastic pieces, the rear view mirror, all these things are extra jobs that were created because of that technology. So similarly with AI, extra jobs would be including things like customization of AI. You need people to be able to do that. So now everyone can do the basics, which they couldn't do before. But if you want that extra, you want it customized, you want it specialized, you want now to be able to create different applications that could not have been done before. These are new jobs. So this is why it results in a net gain of 78 million jobs. So we'll have now extra 78 million extra jobs because of this. Okay, so that's good news. That means we will not be short of jobs. But we need to learn how to take up those new jobs. We need to learn the skills. And a lot of the skills are using AI. Okay, so how will generative AI influence businesses? Right? Some of it are obvious, but the main challenge, and this is a challenge in typical academic institutions. You see, when you're doing your degree, you do a project. When you do your master's, you do a dissertation. When you do a Ph.D., you do a thesis. I went through all of that. And all of my innovations, because you have to contribute to the body of knowledge, all of them are sitting in some shelf somewhere or in some library somewhere. None of it, okay, one of it became a product, but otherwise it's just sitting there. So that's our biggest challenge, how to change these innovations into practical applications. Otherwise, it just sits in the lab or in a library and that's it, it dies there. Now, with generative AI, you can actually translate the concepts that you come up with into practical business value. Example, you come up with a new algorithm, turn it into an application. Or you come up with a new idea of doing something, turn it into a product, right? The AI can help you do that. Example, let's say you have an idea of how to make banking more interesting, but you do not know how to program. So what? Nowadays, you just say, hey, AI, create an application that does this. You give the details, it does the programming for you. So that means you can now build that application even though you do not know how to program. That makes a huge difference. Okay? So use it as a bridge in order to turn ideas into prototypes, and prototypes then can be made into scalable solutions, which means as there's more demand, AI can automatically scale for you. You don't have to worry about implementing each extra bit. It can do that. You want it, whatever size, AI can help you scale it automatically for you, okay, based on the demand, and you can do it in real time. So you can actually take complex technology and turn it into user-friendly apps, again, by using AI. Okay? Some of the examples I give in class usually would be, you can create applications with no code, okay, or low code. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the technology. You just have to allow the tools to do the work for you. So what are the business values you can get out of this? Of course, firstly, efficiency. You cut down the cost. In the past, you may have to employ 20 different people with 20 different specializations in order to get something done. Now, most of that you could get the AI to do. And then you probably need 1 or 2 people to supervise and customize and improve upon it. So you already cut down on the cost. In terms of time, just now I mentioned, it took 8 seconds for the AI to generate an image. Instead of, 2 weeks that I would have taken. Saves you a lot of time, right? In terms of scalability, AI can adapt to the business growth, the demand. In terms of revenue streams, when you create something manually, you may think of one idea. Throw it to AI, ask it what are the different possibilities. It could give you a lot of new ideas, which means a lot of different revenue streams. Again, here what I'm trying to emphasize is things that we may not have been able to do ourselves, it can actually now provide ideas and the facilities to get it done. It gives us a competitive edge because AI-powered businesses will be faster, better than the traditional way of doing it, which means then you get to win in your competition, or you win against your competitors that don't use AI. Okay. So what are the key roles of generative AI in business? The most obvious ones are put first: content and marketing. If you're marketing, you want to reach out to the particular customers or potential customers with what they want. So you need to personalize. So for instance, if you know this batch of customers, they are interested in the product technology, you customize your branding, your brochures, your advertisements for the technology part. If another one is more interested in revenue, you customize it for the revenue, and so on and so forth. This again can be done very easily just using AI. Same bits of information, put in a different way, emphasized in a different way for the different personalized marketing. Okay. In terms of product design, coming up with different methods of prototyping, different designs, the look and the feel, it makes a lot of difference. Again, something that manually we usually struggle to do. Here you can do it on the fly. Customer service, this is already going on, right? Many companies have already moved to this. Your chatbots are automatic, they're AI. So much so that certain companies, like AirAsia for instance, in Malaysia, we don't even have a physical manned customer service. It's all through the chatbot, right? So AI chatbots are very common, including self-service assistants, your Alexa and all those are all AI generated. Software development, again I mentioned about no code, so AI assisted coding. Example, if you need to write a program in, let's say, Python. You do not know any Python. Easy. Go to, say, ChatGPT and say, write a Python program to do this. It gives you the code. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say this in front of other academics, but it's a fact, right? Yes, it may have some mistakes in it. Give it the mistakes, it helps you to correct it as well. So you do not need to learn every program. Then you can take that and say, okay, now, I don't want Python. For the same thing, give it to me in Java or C programming or any other language. Very often, it will just do it for you. And that, again, counts a lot because now you can actually program in different languages. Right? And I even mentioned, in terms of user manuals, you write a user manual example in English or Bahasa Indonesia, and you want to send it to, say, China. You just say translate. It does it for you. It can do translation into more than 40 languages, 50 languages. So now you can reach different markets, right, very easily. In terms of decision making, AI can automatically go through your data. So all this data, many companies have collected lots of data, and it sits in their databases or sits in the data warehouses. They don't use it well enough. Now you have AI that can go through, analyze, and come up with decision-making capabilities. You can run simulations. Again, it can run simulations. So you don't have to sit down there and run one simulation after the other. When I was doing my master's, I was running thousands of simulations manually. I launch everything, go back home, come back next day, take down all the measurements. AI can do that all for you now, just like that. Very quickly, very effectively. So you get to understand different scenarios and take the necessary action. Okay? So for forecasting, again, it's very useful. Right? So summarize some of that here. So some of the AI benefits for business: creating new content on the fly. Something happens, something triggers, an event happens, or some new opportunity happens. New content can be created by the AI on the spot, dynamically. Right? So that keeps you at the forefront of your business. You can grow your revenue, boost decision making because now you can have access to quick analysis of your data, improve customer experience through your chatbots and so on, which allows 24/7 response, right? So if you think of even a virtual tutor, you ask your professor some question in the middle of the night, 3 a.m., you wake up suddenly with this question that you really want an answer for. Your professor is not going to respond to you at 3 a.m. The chatbot can, the virtual tutor can. So there's a lot of better, improved customer service in that sense. Bolster cybersecurity, okay? AI can help automatically look for vulnerabilities in the software you have built and then bolster that, strengthen your security. Automate coding, I mentioned that already. Reduce repetitive tasks. You don't have to do repetitive tasks. You just schedule it. It can handle it for you. Drive productivity and reduce cost. Okay, again, mentioned that. Facilitate client services and, of course, come up with new products and services. Okay, so how do you use Gen AI in business? Let me give you some examples. In healthcare, okay, you could use it in healthcare. For instance, in drug discovery, trying to figure out what could work. Let's say you have a certain disease you're trying to look into. Remember that our communities around the world have various, example, traditional remedies. There's a lot of herbal extracts that different people use or different techniques that different people have used around the world. This information is submitted to us because when you do a search, you're searching a little at a time. Let AI scout through the whole thing. It can help you try to identify components that you could use for creating new medicines, right, or new treatment plans. For manufacturing, coming up with new products to optimize products. Okay? For retail, to personalize recommendations, we talked about that, including virtual try-ons. You don't have to go to the shop and try on the clothes. You can do virtual, so AI can customize it to your size, your shape, and give you a good feel for how you would look using those clothes or accessories and so on. For finance, for fraud detection, very important, especially with the millions and millions of transactions that go on, you cannot be having human beings going to detect this, right? So you get AI to automatically do it, flag the problems, then only send it to the human operator. Also scenario generation for finance. Example, how to improve your profits or how to decrease the costs. Scenarios can be automatically generated, and therefore you get more. You can get to make more informed decisions. Okay, for media and entertainment, this is a nice one. Again, because not very creative. If I had to do a video clip now, I could just give it a query. Example, create the script for a video clip for 5 minutes on, let's say, marketing a certain product. I want this to be covered. Within seconds, I can get the script for 5-minute video. So I don't have to write a single word of the script. I can take that and then say, okay, now animate this. Do a voiceover automatically. And within a few minutes, really, you can create a video clip. Okay, you can take that on and make, longer videos, movies even. So you can do all this, including music. Again, not talented, but to write music lyrics even. And I tried this. I actually got ChatGPT to just write some lyrics for a particular group of students on planetary health. It did it beautifully, okay? Too bad it couldn't do the singing part. I have to use another tool for that. But it could do that automatically. So I had nice lyrics just like that, on the spot. Game design, and so on and so forth. So again, I'm trying to emphasize the fact that these businesses will benefit. Although we may have the limitations, we may not know how to do it, or we may not be that talented, we could get the basics done through the AI. And then, of course, you go and improve upon it. Yeah? In terms of education, coming up with new curriculum. Okay? Example, let's say I would like to introduce a course on quantum computing. It's new to most of the staff in my place. How do we do it? Again, we can just say, okay, AI, look at all the different curriculums related to quantum computing, come and generate a sensible one for my university. Right? So it comes up with some structure, and then we can then look at the structure to customize it the way we want to. But the basic information is all that. Come up with innovative experiments. You know how it is, right? You keep doing assignments that looks very boring. Every time you get this kind of very boring assignments. Get AI to then come up with new ideas. So your assignments are more interesting, right? Virtual tutor, I mentioned that already. Okay, so small businesses especially, you get to use AI to tailor your content creation, so that's for specific markets or specific customers. Come up with eye-catching visual content. Interesting look and feel, interesting user experience, right? The visual part of it especially. Streamlining advertising campaigns. Have data-driven marketing. So it's a combination of data science with AI to be able to do that for you. Social media management. This is interesting. You know how, especially nowadays, you have to be on social media all the time. Takes up all your time. You don't have to be. AI can do that for you. Give you a little bit of information. It gets to generate content and put it across your different SOCNet. Yeah? Email automation, automatic responses, triggers for notifications, and so on, all can be handled for you. Okay, so some of the things that, again, generative AI can help in businesses. For financial forecasting, customer behavior analysis. Very important. Usually when you analyze your customers, you want to put them into different market baskets, right? So that you know how to tailor the content, tailor the services for them. Again, it can be done for you. Demand forecasting, very important. If you're going to produce so many products, you need to know how much demand there is. So it does that for you. Healthcare diagnosis. This is something I myself was very involved in, with especially my Ph.D. Fraud detection. Again, banks and all are using this a lot, especially for credit card frauds. Fashion and product design, coming out new ideas. Virtual worlds, okay, your metaverse and so on. Content creation, whether it's SOCNet, whether it's, nowadays I think students use this a lot, creating CVs, although that's, just make sure the information there is true. Music composition, art and design, and so on and so forth. Okay, so some examples of successful implementations that have happened over the recent years. JP Morgan Chase, okay, in terms of marketing and user interaction. So JP Morgan Chase has used AI for coming up with more effective marketing copies. Basically, the products for most of these companies are similar, but they've made it more interesting because they use AI to customize it. Marriott, personalized email marketing campaigns, and so on and so forth. So like TD Bank, where 70%, more than 70% of the customer inquiries are handled by the AI. Okay? Levi Strauss, again, uses a chat system that, because they use the chat system, it saves their cost by 25% at least. In terms of design, coding, optimization, and accuracy, again, some examples there, how layouts of rooms have been optimized in Airbnb. BMW uses AI to help them design their automotive parts. GitHub Copilot uses it for quick code writing. Procter & Gamble uses it for designing packaging and products. Anthem Blue Blue Shield automates medical claims processing, and it improves accuracy by at least 30%. Why? Because the human error element is removed from here. Okay, in terms of manpower, time, and cost savings, again, you have examples there. For the legal side, how AI has been able to cut down the amount of time and effort taken, saving an estimated, for JP Morgan's S.Kom, estimated 360,000 hours of manual work is saved annually by using AI. Okay, Unilever reduces processing time by 50%. Ernst & Young uses it for tax preparation. Again, here's something that I should start using it as well. Look into how to cut down the amount of tax you have to pay. Instead of employing an accountant, get some ideas through the AI. Okay, but there are problems with that. I'll get to that later. Merck is a pharmaceutical company, accelerates drug discovery and has faster development, which may save more lives. Okay, for personalized content, again, you're quite familiar with this. All those kind of services, Netflix and so on, they get to come up with recommendation systems based on your preferences. Okay, and of course, the data science combination part. AI can handle your data science efficiently, which means it can understand your data, analyze your data, and come up with informed decision making. Right? So some examples there on how you can save on investments, energy marketing, product development, decision support, and so on. Okay, so I like this part because I feel that this is the part that many people overlook. It's nice to say, yes, generative AI, use generative AI, and I'll say, yes, use it. That's why I've been saying so long. And why? Because it's got a lot of good things, right? Generative AI can dramatically reduce the time spent for searching for information. It can uncover non-obvious connections in the information. When we look at a piece of information, say a document, as a human, we pick up some information. But AI can look at billions of documents. It can pick up small, small pieces of information that we don't think of. I'll give you a simple example. This is actual human visual system. If you look at, from the back, two animals, a black cat, a big cat, and a small dog, also black color, from the back. If you just look at the animals, as a human, we can tell which is which. But if I ask you exactly what the differences are, it becomes difficult to answer. Some will say, oh, the ears are different. A small dog and big cat actually have sharp ears, so it's similar. Then they might say, oh, the tail's different. I say, if both are sitting on the tail, as a human, you can still tell the difference. But sometimes we don't know how to explain exactly what we're looking at. This is where when the AI looks at so many documents, it picks up these little characteristics. That's why AI is now good at identifying humans even in a crowd, even if you cannot see the face, because the body shape, the way you move, the gait analysis, all that allows it to automatically track you. And this is not new. They've been using this kind of technology in casinos for the last 20 years or so. Okay? But it can do it because it has got so much information. So this non-obvious connection is very, very useful. It can make specialized knowledge accessible to non-experts. Specialized knowledge, like just now I said, some artist information, I don't have it, I can now have access to making use of that kind of knowledge. Accelerates innovation, preserves institutional knowledge. Very important for businesses. Usually, especially when you have a small business, each one is specialized. When that person leaves, suddenly you have a big hole in your business because no one else can do the job. But with AI, the information, the knowledge can still be there. It's easy to hand over to the newcomer, right? It enables more informed decision making. So all these are good things. So what's the problem? Some of the problems. What information, or how good your AI is, depends on the quality of the information you feed it. Nowadays, there are lots and lots of documents. Basically, what we say is about 90% of the knowledge in the world, or the documents that are out there, was generated in the last 2 years. Because every year we're generating so much more that we can basically say 90% actually was in the last 2 years. And every year I say the same thing, because every year we're generating so much more. Problem is the information out there, the documents out there, your WhatsApp messages and all that. You find there's a lot of misinformation. For some reason, people are just creating wrong information, then sharing wrong information. So when the AI starts training, it's also taking a lot of this wrong information into its training. When it makes decisions, it uses this information to guide its decisions. So you have problems with the quality. Okay, so that is one issue. AI okay, especially generative AI, may generate plausible sounding but incorrect information. It sounds very correct, right? I'm sure all of you have used AI. You ask a question, it comes up with answers that just sound so professional. But how many of us actually check to see if the answers actually are true? Because it's written in good English, sounds like it makes sense. But if you check the details, sometimes you find it's actually got wrong information in it, right? So this is a problem. It typically requires significant investment in knowledge architecture, the time and effort to put in order to ensure that the outcome is correct. Okay, this is something, again, many people overlook. And if you use AI, then what about the proprietary and sensitive information? Like, for instance, just now I said, maybe I should use AI to become my accountant. That means I have to upload my bank statements and my whatever investments, whatever, into the AI. Now, what happens to that information? You know very well, any information you put online stays online, even if you delete it. So now, who's going to secure this information? Right? So these are some of the issues that we face. Now, I also like to show you some examples. Okay? So here's an example of an image. Just I think this was ChatGPT at the time, to generate an image showing the current state of data science in various domains. Okay, now ignore all the yellow circles first. If you look at the image, I know it's not a very nice image, but it does cover a lot of things. It covers healthcare, transportation, medical, and so on, logistics and so on, which are actually different domains in which data science is involved in. So overall, it does have the information, although this picture is not particularly nice. But the bigger problem, when you start paying attention to the parts I put in the yellow boxes and the yellow circles, it has created words that don't exist. Yeah? Example, the top one there, derived diagnostics. Obviously, it doesn't exist. Maybe it was derived diagnostics, right? Finance, and I don't even know how to pronounce that, pentamia or something like that. The word doesn't exist. So your generative AI sometimes cannot put the context correctly. It's trying to say what should have been there, but it didn't get it right. So all those circles are actually words that don't exist. It made a mistake. It doesn't realize it makes the mistakes. This is where the human, as you use the tool, has to come back, look carefully, identify the problems, and then correct it. This is the part that many people are overlooking, because you just assume, oh, it did it for me, it must be correct. Okay? So I've gone for some training where the trainer has put up with this kind of mistakes. And then you look at it and go, oh my God, how can you trust this anymore? Okay. So take note of this. Mistakes in text inside images is very common for generative AI. More examples? Okay, so these are images that were basically created by students. When I do workshops on generative AI, so I get students to come up with some images. Let's start with the one on the left. That image was created before Trump won the latest elections. Very good, isn't it? Trump and Biden are so good friends over there. They're helping to do something. The theme that I gave for the work was come up with pictures to represent planetary health. So that's why you see they're trying to plant a tree. But if you look at that image, you'll realize there's something seriously wrong with the tools they're using. It looks like half a stick. What looks like a shovel is actually not even a shovel. It's actually just a piece of stick with some soil on it, right? For both of them. Again, the idea was right, planting a tree, but the generative AI made a mistake in the details. Again, very common. Like I said, it has problems putting the proper context sometimes, so it makes this kind of mistakes. Now you look at the middle picture. I love this picture. Nice green scenery, right? Beautiful picture. What's wrong with it? Can you identify what's wrong with it? There's a beautiful waterfall there that's falling from the tree. Okay? Again, beautiful picture, like I said, but context-wise, it doesn't make sense. Why is there a waterfall coming from a tree? So again, this is where you can use it as a first draft, not as the final product. Use it as a first draft, then go and correct it so that it's a proper waterfall, for instance, right? How about this photo on the right? What's wrong with that? So if you look at his hand, for instance, fingers is another major weakness for generative AI. For some reason, they cannot get the fingers right. There will be either extra fingers or less fingers, or in this case, it looks like they took from a clasped hand and stuck it there. These are typical problems. I'm just showing you some of the typical problems, right, that generative AI has. So when you're coming up with products, and of course, expand this to your business ideas, your business processes, mistakes happen, okay? Another thing is, if you notice, the watch strap is missing, right? And there are a few other problems, but these are obvious problems that we can see if you're looking. If not, yeah, handsome guy eating pizza, perfectly fine, right? But you have to start looking at the details, and then you realize there are problems. Okay, I'll give you another one. This one, ignore the right-hand side first. So on the left, what I said is, list references in APA format with DOI, with the digital object identifier. So you're writing a technical paper, you're saying, hey, ChatGPT, give me the references. Specifically, I asked it to do 2 references for a journal article on sustainable computing, and you format the references in APA format with the DOIs. It did a beautiful job. You look at the first reference. It's got the author's names, it's got the year, it's got the title of the paper. If you look at it, a survey on green computing. Very relevant to the topic I asked, sustainable computing, from techniques to networks and systems. Got the journal name, it's got the volume number, paper number, and even the DOI URL. Beautiful. If you just look at it, it looks perfect. But if you click on the link, this is the paper that comes up. See the problem? The author's names are completely different. The paper title is completely different. You go up there, the volume number is completely different. The page numbers are completely different. So what has it done? Welcome to generative AI. It generated. It took bits and pieces from different places, generated a reference for me. Now, if you do this, you know what happens? Academic dishonesty. Be prepared to be expelled from the university, right? Because what you're saying is, you looked at a reference that didn't even exist. So it actually becomes a very serious offense, right? But it is done in such a realistic way that we overlook it. So again, the reason I'm putting this is to remind you that there are weaknesses, right? So as beautiful as the tool is, as beautiful as generative AI is, you must be aware there are weaknesses so that when you use the tools, you also check for the weaknesses so that you can compensate, overcome them, right? Okay, so what we do need to pay attention to, we also need to look into ethical and practical considerations. Accuracy is a problem. AI can't hallucinate. It can come up with wrong information. Sometimes it comes up with information to make you happy. One example given by a trainer before, they asked a simple question. I think they asked, what is the fine for littering? And the AI said, in a certain country, so the AI said, I think it was $500. Then the human responded wrong. The AI responded very nicely, oh, I'm sorry, it is $600. Again, the human said wrong. The AI then responded again, oh, I'm sorry, it's $700. So the human decided, no. The human says, it is $1,000. The AI goes, yes, you are right, it's $1,000. And then the human decided, no, I'm going to push it a bit wrong. AI comes back and says, oh, I'm sorry, it's $900. So, what's the right answer? See, it is just trying to make you happy. So it's changing, it's generating answers to make you happy. You now don't know what is the fact anymore. So what we need to do is always fact check. Use AI, come up with the first draft, then check to see if everything in there is actually correct. Then you are using it effectively. Yeah? Ethics. The AI is only as good as the data that it was used for training. The data used for training may be biased, whether intentionally or otherwise. Example, if a lot of the data came from the Western countries, it would be tuned towards Western countries. It may not work so much towards what we want in the Eastern countries. Right? So this is something we have to take into account. It might not work so much to our culture or our beliefs or the system at the local, regional area and so on. So we have to keep that in mind. The fairness, the misinformation, right? So we have to be concerned about that. Be careful of privacy and security. Anything you upload becomes a problem. And remember that it is a tool that collaborates. You collaborate with the tool in order to come up with some good use. All right, so what we need to look into for the road ahead, we must be able to adapt the AI, use it, experiment with it, it allows democratized access. That means everyone can now use things and to innovate, to create, and so on. We must make sure that AI literacy is inculcated at the universities, at the businesses, by employers, and so on. And it can bridge innovation with impact. Okay, so basically, before I end, just to say that we should embrace use of generative AI, but we should experiment with it to make sure it does what we want it to do, and then evolve as it evolves. As the AI improves, the opportunities improve, the ideas improve, we should improve with it. That way we get to keep our jobs and keep on top of things. So with that, anyway, with that, thank you so much. I think I've overrun my time a bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your speech, Professor Loges. So please sit down for a moment. Okay, everybody, we will have 30 minutes of our discussions about the generative AI. The topic is so hot today, so I think everybody will already use AI, right? So I will guide the term of questions, maybe 2 or 3 terms. Each term will have maybe 3 questions, and you can ask a question in Indonesia, and I will help my best to translate it for you. But also, of course, you can use AI to translate it for you, and you don't need me anymore, right? Okay, so for the first term, I open the 3 questions from students. Okay, any questions? You can raise your hands, and the organizer will give you the microphone, and you can ask the questions. Okay.
Check. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to given to me. My name is Christian Jensen. Can call me Jensen. I have a question. Okay. I have business in my home. My business is LPG gas, and I owner in my business. Okay. So I can use AI for my business. Example for the cash flow and customer relationship. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what is your business again?
LPG. Gas LPG.
Oh, liquid petroleum gas.
Yes.
So he used AI for
So how can you
commerce,
use
yeah.
how can you use AI for your business?
Yes.
Right. So
okay.
now, I don't know that particular field specifically, but example, right? Let's say in terms of logistics, optimization of your logistics, right? Example, to save cost and save time on transportation of the gas from point to point. That is something that you can use AI to optimize. So it can run through different simulations. Like if you think of the traveling salesman problem, it actually can go through all the different variations and give you the most optimal solution. It might be able to give you, for instance, in terms of when to top up, when should you prepare for maintenance, all these kind of things, AI can actually help you with it. Because, okay, example, let's say if you have scheduled maintenance. Normally scheduled maintenance is very straightforward. Let's say every 6 months you'll do something. But realistically, what happens is due to weather conditions, due to different usage and so on, that period of this periodic scheduled maintenance may have to change. These things, again, can be scheduled through AI. So it will adjust based on the parameters that it receives. Right? So that there may be some example. And also maybe in terms of marketing for your business, how to reach different segments of customers. You may have to have different advertisement plans, advertisement campaigns, right? Because different people have different needs. How to convince to get new clients, for instance, to target to what might interest them to go for your business. These are the kind of things that AI can give you. So right now, when you think about it, you may have thought of, okay, so many different sectors. But then you can always ask AI that, okay, how can you sell, let's say, LPG to some other sector? It might be able to give you some ideas. Then you take those ideas and work on those, and that gives you this opportunities in business that we may not have thought of otherwise. So those would be some of the examples that I could think of offhand. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer and your questions. I open the second questions. Okay, the students in the front. Here, please give him the microphone. Okay. You can state your questions before you can say your names and where are you from and your institution as well.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mustafa. I know it's a bit hard to say my name. So, I'm an economics student in Universitas Gadjah Mada, and in economic, usually we view cost not only as a real cost, but also a potential cost. And even though AI is already cost-effective, but I see AI as something that also comes with cost, even though it's not a real cost. Maybe the cost of AI itself is maybe people will be like use too much of AI until they kind of lose their cognitive skills. This is actually a real case where there's a research that said if you use too much AI, it will actually replace your cognitive skills. And there's also something interesting about what you said in your presentation, which in World Economic Forum in 2024, there will be 92 million displaced, but there is also going to be a new 170 million jobs that will be taking place in 2030. So my question is, you cannot actually blame the people for using too much of AI, because well, the same analogy as you can't blame the person that steals your car just because your car door is wide open. And if the developer of AI itself doesn't solve this problem, do you think that 170 million new jobs because of AI in 2030 will actually be created? That's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. A very, very good point. And actually, this is what I've been trying to emphasize through the talk as well. Now, the cognitive skills issue is a real issue. It is a very serious issue. And the reason is simply because, I don't know, maybe as humans, we tend to take the easy way out. So we want the lazy way. So if you ask a question, go to AI, say, AI, tell me the answer. You just take the answer and send it on, which means we are not thinking anymore. We're letting the machine think for us, right? If you notice, part of my talk just now was purposely to point out the weaknesses of AI. It was actually to alert you to the fact that AI is not perfect. If it was perfect, then maybe we don't really mind so much, right? We're still being lazy. We're still going to lose on the cognitive skills. But at least then you know it's true. Right now, it is not. There are lots of mistakes when you use AI. It's just that most of us are not paying enough attention to it. By trying to pay attention to this, you will sharpen your cognitive skills. So it's okay. If I give you a simpler example. Those days, you are not allowed to take a calculator to your exam. You have to use what's known as log tables, right? Nowadays, it's not realistic to say you must use log tables. We should say you must be able to use a calculator. So similarly, AI is something you cannot run away from. It is not right for us to say don't use AI. It is part of our modern life. So you should use AI, but you should use it correctly, right? That's the most important point here. So when you use it to help you look for information, summarize information, come up with new ideas. All that is good. But ultimately, we have to look at what it has given, learn from it, understand it, check the facts, right? If we do that, I think our cognitive skills are still okay. So it's just a tool to speed up our information findings, speed up creativity. That does not stop us from doing that, right? But the discipline has to be there. I can tell you as an academic myself, I have seen students submit assignments. It's so obvious, copy, paste, okay? And then when we ask them even a single question, they can't answer because they haven't even read it. Not even reading, can you imagine? At least read the solution, learn from it. They're not even doing that. And these people will definitely have these cognitive skill issues because they're not trying at all. Right? So it's a very good point that you brought up. Right? Thank you so much.
Okay, is it enough? Is it enough? Okay, thank you. Okay, I open the third questions for the first term. Okay, at the back. I know her, Chandarini. Okay, that's because she's my student. Okay, please.
Test, okay. Before I would like to ask my question, good morning, Prof. Good morning, sir. I would like to thank you for the insightful sharing. It was very resourceful for me. So I would like to ask, while generative AI holds a great promise into our future, sometimes I feel like AI cannot fully capture what human means, like they cannot reach the depth of human understanding. So my question is, as humans living with AI, what are the capabilities or expertise that we as humans should focus on evolving and reserving without having to interpret AI into our lives? Maybe something that we should focus on building, or something that we could focus on evolving without having to rely on AI with AI's evolvation. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm very nervous, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, if you asked me this question a few years ago, my answer would have been different. Because just to give you an idea, around I think the end of 1980s, our concept was very simple. A machine can never be better than a human. And then there was a chess match between the chess master of the world at that time, Kasparov, against IBM's Deep Blue, where Kasparov lost. So in a game of chess, which is strategy related, the machine beat supposedly the chess master of the world. Suddenly, the concept has changed. Now, if we say the machine cannot do what we can do, it becomes a bit more questionable, a bit more subjective, because sometimes the machine can do better than us, because many of us make mistakes, right? Whereas the machine has access to billions of documents out there. Now, to address your question, what can we do? I wouldn't want to really comment on what we can do without the AI, because the whole idea is to work with the AI. Now, we must think of this. If you notice, I've also mentioned there that use AI as a collaboration tool, not just as a tool to come up with the answer. Collaboration means, you must have a component in your solution. You must interact with it. So it's like, for instance, what used to be the case, use Google as a search engine to find the information, and then you have to do something with it. That's basically what you should do with AI as well. You do not totally rely on AI to do the work for you. It is a good tool to put a lot of things for you, and then you still have to step in to do the work. Right? You still have to use your creativity, your understanding, your ability to actualize whatever the AI may be suggesting or coming up with. There's another point that you brought up earlier. Sorry. I can't remember. But, so the main thing is that we need to actually be aware of what the capabilities of the AI is, and then work together with it. Right? So I think that would be the main aspect that we need to look into. Yeah? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So you need to build your awareness with the technology. Yeah, don't just rely blindly and copy paste. I know that some students, maybe now many students do that. Yeah, just relay to the AI and let the AI take the control of their of their assignment.
Maybe we should also let them know that tools like Turnitin, for instance, the student sees that there's a similarity score. The lecturers see there's a second score, AI writing score. So we know when you use AI, right? Just to let you know. It's not a secret.
Yeah. Okay, so that's for the first term. Yeah, that's 3 questions already. So I open the second term. Also open the 3 questions for maybe for teacher first, for the lecturers, Pak Budi, Prof Kristoko, or our guest from another universities if you want to ask us questions. Okay, Prof. Kristoko.
Thank you, Pak Hendry. Prof, interesting presenting. Okay, my name is Kristoko from IS Department FTI. I will question about in the era of Gen AI, as many IT and IS role are changing or disappear or maybe many challenging for alumni IS or IT Ph.D. ya, atau or faculty. My question is, what essential skills should graduates focus on? What essential skills should graduates focus on, Prof? And should they skill strong fundamental or proficiency with existing tool sufficient? Thank you, Prof.
All right, thank you. That reminds me of the other part I wanted to answer for the earlier question, actually. So, I think the earlier question was, how can you get the AI to do what you want it to do, right? And this is related. One of the things that we have to remember is that when you use a typical search engine, you usually just type a few words, a few terms, and the search engine will just look for those keywords and come up with the solutions. When you use AI, you can give it a lot of information. So if you want it to do something, you have to be as specific as possible. So at one point, they were talking about prompt engineering, and it was going to be a big deal. But now you notice that people don't talk about it much because the generative AI now can understand what you want easily. So you don't have to be too structured in your prompt engineering. But what you should still do is provide as much information to the AI so that it will be able to understand your query, what you want. And that includes, you can even upload documents. You can specify, I want this. You can write entire pages long in your prompt, right? This is something we should learn how to do, because we should learn how to provide enough information so that the machine, or in this case generative AI, understands what we want in order to give us the correct solution, the solution that we are looking for. And I think that's a skill that we need to have, because I think many of us are so used to keywords. And therefore, when we try the keywords with the generative AI, we get substandard results. And then we'll be wondering, why is everyone talking about AI, when coming up with such low quality answers? Actually, it's because we didn't give it enough information. So if I give you a very simple example, let's say if I say, okay, AI, I want you to come up with an image of a seaside, right? It will come up with an image with a seaside. It will put up some details there and so on. But if what I had in mind is I want an image with a seaside where there's mountains in the background, there's a boat on the beach, there are two kids playing with a beach ball, there's a dog running at the edge of the water, right? Maybe there's a cottage on the side. If I say all that, then it understands what I want. Chances are it'll give me an image that's closer matched to what I want. I think that is a skill that we really need to inculcate, because we can't run away from AI. Like I said, it's part of our modern life. We should use it, but we should know how to use it so that it gives us what we are looking for. I hope that answers the question. Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we go to the next questions. The teachers, still want to ask? No? Okay. Okay. There's students. Yeah. There's a students will ask. So okay. Please give him the microphone. Okay. Please.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Elias Evan Putra, but yeah, I usually call Evan, and my student number is 692023051. Okay, so what I want to ask is this afternoon is, if every business in the future will use AI, then what makes like the top business? What a business must do to become like the the top may be like the 20%, 10%. When in the new AI era, because in my perspective, AI will make companies more stable and scalable. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, very good point. Now, again, if I give you a simpler analogy, many of us drive similar cars, but not all of us are as good a driver as the next person, right? So AI is a tool. Yes, we believe that all companies will use the AI, but how well we use the AI depends on us. So for instance, what I mentioned just now, how specific we are. That means when, let's say if we want, okay, AI generate, come up with a product design. But if we specify that, okay, my product, I want this, this, this. So again, that's where you come in. We collaborate with the AI, right? We specify what we want. So that's where you're going to be different from your competitor. They will use for product design as well, but they may have different ideas in their mind, or the AI will give them different ideas, whereas you are more specific of what you want. That's where the differences will be. So it's nothing wrong using the same tool. It's how we use it that's important. Right? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I open the third question for the second term. Okay, Clemens. Clemens will ask the questions.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Clemens Emmanuel. I'm from the IT department. I actually have a question which is the same as my friend in Aulu University in England. His name is Carolus. So my question is, so major companies such as Google and Meta are buying up power plants. They are finally transcend their way into AI, and they are buying up power plants, while the others like X, formerly known as Twitter, are firing up gas turbines generators because current infrastructure cannot adapt too fast enough to AI demands. My question is, as AI system grows, how do we cope with the environmental impact of training and running the AI, especially the generative AI? That's my question. Thank you.
Sorry, you're talking about the actual environmental impact?
Yes.
As in climate, energy requirements, those?
Yes.
Okay. To be very frank, I don't have an answer for that because, okay, as we use AI, we are actually consuming a lot more power, right? And then you need a lot more cooling, right? So that's typically the issue. So you can have GPU server banks. The server banks consume a lot of power. So I can give you an example. In our university, we collaborate with another company that has the GPUs. And then we were even offered that, can they place the GPUs in our campus? And we actually said no, because paying for the resources, the cooling, the electricity bill itself would be so high, right? So it is a serious issue. I don't think we have a very good answer for that at the moment. What I have noticed though, over the last few years, technology has improved. So even our GPU servers are getting smaller, which means they require less footprint, so that's good. In terms of power consumption, there is a certain amount of savings now on power, so we do not need as much power as we used to. We do not need as much cooling as we used to. At one point, they were putting server farms underwater, right? Because they didn't have a choice, so they put it, even the idea was to put it at the beach and so on, so that it's cooled by water. So there are many efforts going on now to look into how we can actually reduce the power consumption. But you are right, it is actually very high, and as we get more and more dependent on this, it will be higher. One of the research that's been going on is actually along the lines of quantum computing, so they're even looking at those maybe then more efficient. So again, we are hoping for some savings when it comes to implementation of future GPU servers. Right, but at the moment, I don't have a solid answer for that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I think that's for our second term. I think we still have a little bit time, so maybe about 10 minutes. I open the third terms. So maybe just one or two questions before we conclude what are we talking about today. Okay, Ansa and another one. Maybe 2 questions. Okay, at the front. Okay, so Ansa first. Give Ansa first, and after that, give Ansa first, and after that, you will ask the question. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for me to ask my question. First of all, my name is Ansa, and with name 67-2024-901. So, Professor, I would like to ask, as you mentioned, there are many challenges that humans face in adapting to AI. And as someone who is interested to building business in the future, I would like to prepare myself. So, if AI becomes as essential to business as internet or electricity, what do you think will be the greatest risk for companies that fail to adapt? And as future leader, what should we pay the most attention in order to avoid the falling into that gap? Thank you.
Can you repeat the questions?
Okay, so the main question is, what do you think will be the greatest risk that companies that fail to adapt, and what should, as future leaders, what should we do to pay, what should we pay the most attention in order to avoid falling into that gap?
Okay, so what would happen to companies that fail to adapt to using AI?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, you lose out to the competitors, because some of the advantages I've mentioned earlier in my talk, right? In terms of cost efficiency, in terms of the speed of getting things done, with AI we get to improve that. We reduce costs, we get to come out with new products quicker. So if the companies who do not use AI, chances are they will not get this benefit compared to the competitors, which means the competitors will be able to get their products in a more exciting manner, faster to market. So I believe that then most companies that do not adapt will actually end up having to close shop at some point. They will not be able to keep up with the competition, right? So that would be the issue, right? Now, of course, there is a counter to that. If you so happen to have the human resource that can do that well, then you may survive. But there will be the cost and resources requirement that we have to look into. Yep. So I think that would be the issue. So that's why it's worthwhile for everyone to learn the skills in order to be able to at least look into it. You may not want to make AI as the definitive thing throughout the entire business, but at least for certain components, it will do it a lot better. It will do it a lot faster and a lot cheaper. Yep. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe if you can maybe state some job opportunity that cannot be replaced by AI. So maybe some of the creative, or maybe arts, or maybe that so the AI cannot replace it. So it will be safe, the company from the AI. Maybe. So is that okay?
Again, if you asked me this a few years ago, I'd be happy to answer this. Now it's very difficult because it's doing things that we did not think was possible. Like I said, several decades ago, we thought there's no way a machine can beat a human. It has done that. Then we thought, okay, in terms of creative work, AI cannot beat us. But then again, as I told you, even for me, on my phone, I just wrote, okay, generate an image. I think what I did was I was trying to show my son, so I was saying, okay, I want to show what AI can do. I said, generate an image of Wonder Woman fighting a monster underwater. Right? Simple, because he could relate to that. It came out with a beautiful image that did exactly that. So, in terms of creativity, art, it has also been able to do it. I know there's a researcher in Malaysia who used generative AI in order to create art in the style of famous artists. That means, for instance, he says, okay, create completely new art in the style of Leonardo da Vinci. And the AI did it. So now it's not easy to answer this question of what it can't do. What it still is lacking is the accuracy. So the examples I gave you just now, the weaknesses, that is still there. That is something that the AI is unable to completely grasp the concept, right? So it's making mistakes that as a human we wouldn't have made the mistake, but it is making because it couldn't put the context correct. But I would say give it a few more years as they're improving the ability of the AI, it will be able to do that as well. So save jobs, maybe not so easy. But the skill that you need to have, you need to be able to detect these issues so that you can correct them. That is a skill you need to have as a human, especially at the moment. The second thing is you must be able to evolve. So as the AI gets better, you need to start getting more creative on how to use the AI to get further, right? So like I said, some of the things that we couldn't do before. Example, I don't paint, or I'm not an artist. Now I can actually come up with some basic poster design and all that because it is doing it for me. It's coming up with the graphics, it's coming up with the background and all that beautifully. So now I can take it further. I can now do things that I wouldn't have been able to do before. Similar for all of us, right? As you use it, you get to now take yourself beyond. We need to keep evolving in order to keep up with the changes. And that's how we will keep up with the jobs that are available, the 170 million jobs, for instance. It's because of that. There's new jobs coming, new types of jobs coming. We need to be able to change. Right? One statistic said that in a lifetime of our careers, currently there's about 3 times you'll have to change your job, type of job. By the time you graduate, it'll be 7 times that you'll have to change because the technology has changed. So the job that you were doing before doesn't exist anymore. You have to change to a different type of job. As you go on, it might be 20 times that they have to change because technology is changing so fast. That is the thing we need to be able to do, keep up with it. Yep.
Okay, maybe this is the last questions because we have a very limited time. Okay, please ask your questions.
Morning, sir. My name is Abdul, and I'm from University of Almata. So, firstly, I'd love to thank you about this lovely and educative speech you gave us. And then my question is based on about this news that's going around about AI taking the job of humans. So, through this news, we Gen Zs and those youth, as in, we feel like since AI is going to take our work, we don't have to learn or do anything again, just like I'm just going to do everything with AI. So my question is that what word of encouragement can you give with Gen Zs or youth that's going to make you feel optimistic and less pessimistic about our learning, that's going to make us learn more and use AI less? And also have this thinking in our head that AI is not going to take all our job. So that's my question, sir.
All right, so back to the fear of losing jobs, right? So that's why I put up the statistics just now, because all of us have that fear, including myself, yeah? As an academic.
Absolutely, sir.
An AI avatar could easily be a teacher, it could be a lecturer, so it'll be like, then why do you want to come see us? The difference is that the way we adapt is important, right? So even us, we have to look at it. So maybe, for instance, maybe not so far in the future, universities may be a very different environment. If you just want to learn, you can learn online. But why would you come into a university, for instance, right? Because you get to mix around, the networking, the personal touch. The way of learning is different compared to doing it online, alone, right? So these are things that we do. So in terms of jobs, as I mentioned, there's so many new jobs that have been created. Like I said, with the art example, things I could never have done before, now I can do. So similarly with you, with all of us, right? What we need to do is be able to use the technology to move further. So we don't limit to what we would have stopped at before. We now take that as the stepping stone to move further. As long as we're willing to keep doing that, don't worry about jobs, because there will be always new jobs created simply because this is one of the niche things that keep happening. Okay? I'll give you a simple example. When gaming came up, our parents would say, stop playing games, go and study. Right? Now gaming is a career. When blogs came up, I was thinking, come on, why would you put your diary online? But bloggers now, it's a big deal. It's a business by itself. It's a career by itself. So these things evolve as we go along, right? Influencer and all that. These are things that you never would have done before. But these are now career choices. So we need to keep up with the technology, use technology to help us move on, right? Or evolve with it. And that way we'll be able to achieve a lot more. I hope that clarifies.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, because the time limitations, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. But first of all, please give a big applause to our main speaker.
Thank you.
For a very good insight for us about generative AI. I'm sorry because our time is already run up, Professor Loges. I hope you enjoy our talk show.
I did very much. Thank you.
The question is very, very good actually. To conclude, I think that we need to have awareness about this generative AI. We cannot rely at all, but we must use it as a tool, as a collaboration tools to improve ourselves, to adapt ourselves, that we don't be replaced by the AI. Okay, that's the discussions today we have. Thank you everyone for your participations. For the next, I will give back to the host. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, please a big applause again to our speaker.
Thank you.
Much gratitude to Professor Logeswaran for sharing this amazing insight for us all.
Exactly. We kindly ask Mr. Hendry and Professor Logeswaran to remain on stage because the committees have prepared special gift for both of you.
There are certificates and placards prepared, and now we would like to ask Professor Dr. Kristoko Dwi Hartono M.Kom to hand the placards to the speaker, and Ms. Hana Priliska Shernovita S.Kom MCS to hand the certificate to the moderator.
Once again, give a whole round of applause. To Mr. Hendry and Professor Logeswaran, you may go back to your designated seats.
Oke, setelah ini akan ada sesi dokumentasi bersama teman-teman peserta dan dimohon bagi teman-teman yang duduk di sebelah kanan, kiri maupun yang di atas untuk merapat ke tengah.
Betul banget, biar semuanya kelihatan.
Betul banget.
Teman-teman panitia juga dimohon untuk ikut berkumpul ya, jadi bukan hanya peserta.
Dari tim dokumentasi, apakah sudah siap? Buat teman-teman yang di atas boleh turun sebentar merapat ke tengah supaya semuanya bisa ikut terlihat di fotonya.
Mungkin teman-teman bagi yang melihat tempat-tempat yang masih kosong boleh diisi dulu. Yang dari kanan dan kiri biar semuanya bisa masuk ke dalam foto.
For the documentation, we would also like to invite the lecturers, also Professor Logeswaran, to stand up.
Oh, so everyone, we need you guys to stand up. We will take the photo by standing up. Oke, on count of 3 ya guys ya. 3, 2, 1. Oh, do any pose. Oke, boleh menggunakan gaya bebas ya teman-teman. Oke, 3, 2, 1. Oke. Ini untuk habis ini selanjutnya ada
video 1 kali dan kami minta teman-teman untuk menyampaikan jargon dari Isfest 2025 yaitu Breaking Borders, Building Futures.
Breaking Borders, Building Futures.
Betul. Dari teman-teman PDD sudah siap? Sudah. Oke, dengan hitungan ketiga. Oke. Oke. Ready? Isfest 2025, Breaking Borders, Building. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman dan bisa kembali lagi ke tempat duduk masing-masing. Nah, tadi kan teman-teman sudah duduk lama mendengarkan seminarnya. Sekarang masih ada kegiatan selingan ya Bim ya?
Iya, betul. Jadi di bawah kursi kalian bisa dicek ada beberapa stiker yang berisi voucher, bisa dicek di bawah kursinya. Bagi yang mendapatkan bisa berdiri ya. Di bawah kursi kalian masing-masing ada stiker ditaruh di situ.
Adakah yang menemukan vouchernya?
Ada, yang ada bisa berdiri.
Oke, sudah ada beberapa itu teman-teman yang ngangkat vouchernya.
Oke, ada berapa orang yang sudah mendapatkan vouchernya? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Ada 26. Kurang berapa lagi Kak Panitia? Kurang berapa lagi vouchernya yang belum ditemukan?
Oke, setelah ada yang dapat voucher, setelah ini kita masih punya beberapa hadiah lagi ya untuk teman-teman yang ada di sini.
Oke.
Buat teman-teman yang sudah dapat voucher bisa kembali duduk. Vouchernya jangan lupa untuk ditukarkan. Ada yang voucher foto booth dan juga voucher diskon di Soto Pak Biron. Dan okay, so up next we still have several more vouchers and I think we should ask some questions to participants.
For the first question, do anyone knows who's the full name of the speaker with the gelar?
With the title.
Oh yeah, with the title.
Does anyone know who's the full name of the speaker for today's event along with the title?
Anyone?
Tadi sepertinya juga sudah disebutkan di layar ya Bim ya untuk nama lengkapnya pembicara hari ini. Adakah yang tahu?
It started with Profesor.
Profesor siapa tuh? Profesor? Oh ada yang mengangkat tangan. Silahkan Kak.
Untuk pembicara hari ini itu Profesor Dr. Logeswaran.
Oke, apakah benar teman-teman panitia? Benar, selamat. Setelah ini bisa menghubungi panitia untuk mendapatkan vouchernya ya teman-teman. For the second question, apa nih Bim?
Okay, so for the second question, is there anyone who can retell about what Professor Dr. R. Logeswaran is talking about in the presentation? Just a short retell. It's okay, it's fine. Anyone? From the right wing maybe, Claire?
Can anyone briefly retell what did you guys learn from today's presentation? Oh mungkin kita perlu refresh sedikit ya Bim, tadi ada sedikit menyenggol soal generative AI. Kira-kira ada nggak yang bisa ceritain nih teman-teman dapat apa sih selama seminar hari ini? Oke. Oh ada yang mau menjawab.
Okay. My name is Abdul and I'm from University of Almata. The Prof mainly talked about generative AI, how it can shape our futures and how we can use it for more things like generating musical generation. We can use it educationally, we can use it financially, and it also helps in solving a lot of problems like cybercrime, money laundering, detection of online hoax, and it can also help us in getting to know more about our study line and so on. So that's all.
Okay, give applause for our friend and the committees will give the voucher to you. Thank you.
And committees, can you guys help to deliver the vouchers to the one who answers the questions?
Okay, and up next we will have a short announcement. And what announcement will it be?
For the Insta Story winner announcement. So there are 3 winners.
Yeah, there are 3 winners of the most favorite Insta Story posts, and the first one is from Jessica.lau. Is the owner of that account here? Jessica.lau.
With triple U.
Okay, right after this, you can contact the committees to receive the gifts, okay? Thank you. Congratulations to Jessica.
And up next, we have Minai KHSNN. Minai.
I think it's Mina Ihsan.
Oh,
wasn't
Mina
it?
Ihsan.
Is the owner of this
Yeah.
account here? Look, guys. Is here Mina?
Mina Ihsan.
Oh, okay. So, Mina, you can please contact the committees right after this session, okay, to receive the gift.
Okay,
Thank you. And, oh, this is a story. Oh, I think they already spoiled the third winner. And the third winner is Aturan Alam. Is the owner here? At Aturan Alam? Okay, congratulations. And like the others, you may contact the committees right after this session. Okay, congratulations to all of the winners. Dan kita masih punya hadiah rahasia nih, Ta.
Tuh, yaitu panggilan untuk Christian Jensen.
Karena menjadi penanya tercepat pada sesi talk show pada hari ini. Untuk Christian Jensen, setelah ini bisa menghubungi panitia untuk menerima hadiahnya ya. Sekali lagi selamat.
Selamat.
Kira-kira teman-teman di sini udah pada capek atau masih semangat atau ada yang ngantuk? Ngantuk. Nah, biar nggak ngantuk kayaknya kita perlu jargon sekali lagi ya, Bimo.
Tuh, apakah ada yang mau memimpin jargonnya di depan?
Betul. Nah, biar nggak ngantuk yang mimpin temannya sendiri aja.
Tuh. Apakah ada? Ada yang
Is there
masih
anyone
ingat?
who want to volunteer?
Anyone? Atau kita turun, Claire?
Oke, atau kita mau
Turun.
panggil nih yang
Yeah.
bakal mimpin jargonnya aja ya. Oke, kita turun aja kali ya ini ya.
Iya.
Tadi aku melihat ada tunjukan-tunjukan dari teman-temannya sendiri. Halo Kak, boleh kak minta tolong untuk pimpin kita semuanya sama-sama untuk jargon dari Isfest? Oke, kakaknya maju sekalian aja ya?
Iya.
Oke. Biar semuanya kelihatan siapa
Iya,
sih yang
siapa
mimpin
sih?
jargon hari ini?
Siapakah pria tampan ini?
Wis, pria tampan ini guys. Boleh tolong perkenalan dulu kakaknya dari mana? Kelihatannya bukan dari UKSW ya, di alma maternya beda.
Saya Januar dari tadi.
Waduh, dari hati apa itu kak?
Gimana?
Dari hati apa itu tadi? Oh dari tadi di sini. Oke.
Saya dari Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri.
Dari Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri. Boleh geser sedikit ke tengah Kak Januar? Silahkan boleh dimulai ya pimpin jargonnya dengan tagline Isfest 2025.
Isfest 2025, breaking the building future.
Kok teman-temannya kurang semangat nih? Boleh sekali lagi Kak Januar yang lebih semangat lagi mimpinnya?
Isfest 2025, breaking borders, building kelas King.
Terima kasih Kak Januar. Setelah
kasih,
ini boleh
Kak.
menghubungi panitia untuk dapat voucher ya Kak ya. Jangan lupa untuk vouchernya segera dipakai sebelum hangus. Oke, terima kasih untuk teman-teman yang sudah berpartisipasi. Juga sekali lagi selamat kepada para pemenang. Dan setelah ini kita semua akan beristirahat terlebih dahulu selama kurang lebih 90 menit. Dan teman-teman diharapkan untuk dapat berkumpul kembali di tempat ini pada pukul 12:50 siang.
Betul banget. Setelah ini teman-teman peserta lomba bisa meninggalkan auditorium terlebih dahulu, sedangkan peserta seminar bisa mengisi exit tiket dengan cara scan QR code yang berada di layar.
Betul, dan setelah selesai mengisi exit tiket, teman-teman peserta seminar juga dapat meninggalkan auditorium untuk beristirahat, makan siang, serta menjalankan ibadah.
Sampai jumpa di segmen berikutnya.
Cek. Oke, teman-teman seminar yang sudah mengisi exit tiket bisa menunggu terlebih dahulu. Ini kita mulai dari peserta lomba untuk terlebih dahulu untuk keluar. Bisa untuk teman-teman yang bertugas bisa mengarahkan peserta lomba untuk berkeluar untuk yang sudah disediakan oleh panitia. LO yang bertugas bisa menghubungi para peserta agar bisa didampingi untuk menuju keluar auditorium. Terima kasih. Baik, untuk teman-teman seminar, kita mulai dari ujung sana ya. Petugas untuk bisa mengarahkan para peserta seminar untuk keluar satu persatu agar tidak terlalu menumpuk saat keluar dari audit. Terima kasih. Baik, untuk selanjutnya bisa turun satu persatu. Teman-teman yang di tengah bisa keluar dari sisi kanan maupun sisi kiri. Harap sabar untuk keluar karena menghindari dari penumpukan peserta. Baik, untuk teman-teman sebelah kiri bisa bersiap untuk keluar dari auditorium.
2025, united for the future economy through entrepreneurship and borderless design.
Setelah ini kita bakal masuk ke segmen yang paling ditunggu-tunggu sama teman-teman yang ada di sini.
Betul banget Bim, karena setelah ini akan ada pengumuman pemenang lomba dari rangkaian Isfest 2025.
Sudah gak sabar banget ya kayaknya ya, aduh mending langsung kita umumin aja deh pemenang lombanya.
Betul.
Pertama enaknya lomba apa nih?
Kira-kira enaknya lomba apa dulu nih teman-teman yang diumumin? Business plan.
Business plan.
Oke.
Pada mau business plan dulu ya?
Iya, nah oke, tapi pengumuman juara yang pertama adalah juara favorit dari Expo nih teman-teman. Kira-kira siapa ya yang bakal menang ya?
Ya, dengar-dengar kemarin exponya keren-keren semua ya.
Betul banget Bim.
Daripada makin bingung mending kita umumin sekarang aja ya kayaknya ya.
Benar sekali, dan bagi tim yang menjadi pemenang dimohon untuk naik ke atas panggung.
Okay, so the second favorite winner of the exhibition with 36 votes is
Salatiga from Universitas Brawijaya. Bagi tim yang menjadi pemenang dimohon untuk naik ke atas panggung.
One more applause for Salatiga from Universitas Brawijaya.
And up next, the first favorite winner of the exhibition with 54 votes is
Three-leaf clover from Universitas Kristen Satyawacana.
To the winning team, you guys may come to the stage. Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan yang meriah kepada kedua pemenang favorit Expo. Kami juga mengundang Ratna Sari Sumekar selaku Ketua Panitia Isfest 2025 untuk menyerahkan sertifikat simbolis.
Thank you Karana for giving the prize for the winners.
Dan selanjutnya masih ada pengumuman lomba yang lain, namun sebelum itu kami mengundang para dewan juri dari perlombaan UI UX, yaitu Pak Prayudi Utomo, Bu Kris Sasyani Talentana S.Kom, serta Ibu Nina Setiawati S.Kom MCS.
Dan juri bisnis plan Pak Gani Adi Nugroho untuk naik ke atas panggung dan menerima sertifikat dari panitia.
Sekali lagi kami juga mengundang Ratna Sari Sumekar selaku Ketua Panitia Isfest 2025 untuk menyerahkan sertifikat kepada Dewan Juri. Terima kasih kepada Dewan Juri yang luar biasa untuk kerjasamanya selama Isfest berlangsung.
Okay, so for the next competition, it will be business plan.
Oke, so business plan competition. Buat teman-teman yang ikut business competition, mana suaranya?
Oh, rame ya dari sana ya?
Rame di sana ya Kak ya, benar banget.
Okay, so without any further ado, I will announce for the second runner-up for business plan. The second runner-up is Salatiga from Universitas Brawijaya.
For the winner, you may go to the stage again.
Give one more applause for Salatiga.
Oke teman-teman, mohon maaf sepertinya ada kesalahan teknis dengan slide yang ditampilkan. Dan sepertinya kami akan menunggu terlebih dahulu dari tim PDD untuk menyelesaikan masalah tersebut ya teman-teman. Wah, sambil nunggu kayaknya kita enaknya sharing-sharing sedikit ya Kak Bimo ya?
Ya betul. Apakah kita perlu turun muter lagi untuk menanyakan?
Boleh, kira-kira aku penasaran nih gimana sih kesan dan pesan teman-teman peserta semua selama mengikuti Isfest 2025.
Ya, betul.
Kira-kira adakah teman-teman yang mau sharing kesan pesannya selama ikut Isfest 2025? Atau mungkin buat teman-teman yang dari luar UKSW nih?
Tuh.
Adakah yang pertama kali ke Salatiga justru?
First impression about FTI mungkin
Betul
ya, kalau yang
banget.
pertama kali kesini.
Atau kita enaknya muter aja ya Bim ya?
Tuh.
Oke, mau tanya ke yang mana dulu nih Bim?
Kan tadi di kiri udah ya, kayaknya kita harus ke kanan
Oh,
sekarang.
geser yang sebelah sana. Oke, siap. Nah,
Oke,
di sini
any volunteer dari bagian sebelah sini?
ya ini juga ada beberapa alma mater yang warnanya beda-beda nih.
Iya,
kayaknya.
ini warnanya lucu-lucu
Ini di luar
nih.
Salatiga ya. Siapa ya enaknya yang kira-kira ditanya?
Nih kakaknya yang ini mungkin ya.
Oh, boleh
Ya
banget.
udah siap banget dulu, udah memikir-mikirkan aduh
Udah
mau cerita
mulai
yang mana ya.
nyusun
gitu.
skrip
Iya, udah
ya
nyusun
untuk
kata-kata
sharing.
ini loh.
Bener banget. Silakan Kak, namanya siapa, dari universitas apa?
Sebelumnya nama saya Alexandro Marcelino dari Universitas Sugio Pranoto Semarang.
Oh, tetangga nih, Semarang deket ya Kak
Tetangga,
ya,
deket-deket.
betul. Gimana sih kesan pesannya selama ikut Isfest 2025 ini?
Kesan pesannya tuh menyenangkan, terus seru juga, capek juga ya. Terus yang bikin kaget tuh ternyata fakultasnya tuh agak dalam tempatnya.
Betul, agak-agak dalam bener. Masuk ke alam gitu ya Kak ya.
Iya,
gitu.
masuk ke alam.
Oke, kakaknya ikut lomba apa nih kalau boleh tahu?
Business plan.
Oh, business plan. Deg-degan nggak sih Kak sambil nunggu pengumumannya?
Lumayan.
Lumayan. Oke, kita berdoa yang terbaik. Semoga timnya bisa menang
Amin,
ya.
amin.
Amin. Oke, terima kasih
Makasih,
Kak.
Kak.
Lalu kita mau geser kemana lagi nih, Bim?
Yang di mana ya? Yang di belakang-belakang sana mungkin?
Boleh, tapi kayaknya kalau kita geser ke belakang jadinya kelamaan gak sih Bim? Nanti teman-teman keburu makin deg-degan nungguin pengumuman dari lomba bisnis plan. Oke, kita lanjut saja ya teman-teman. Oke, kami panggil sekali lagi untuk runner up kedua dari Business Plan Competition.
Salatiga
dari
from
Universitas Brawijaya. Silakan buat teman-teman tim Salatiga untuk naik ke atas panggung kembali. Keren banget, Expo menang, Business Plan juga menang. Oh, ikut UX juga nggak ya kakaknya ya? Keren banget, ngaput semua kategori tuh nanti. Alright, bener banget. Up next, the first runner-up of Business Plan Competition is GRGA dari Universitas Ciputra, Surabaya. Bagi teman-teman dari Universitas Ciputra bisa naik ke atas panggung. Wah, ini kakaknya yang menang lomba Instastory. Wah, menang lagi.
Menang, ini menang juga.
Keren banget. Kayaknya teman-teman peserta Isfest 2025 ini memang all-rounder ya semuanya.
Keren semua ya.
Betul banget. Buat teman-teman pemenang bisa berkumpul agak di tengah panggung. Jangan social distancing gitu
jangan
dong ya.
jangan mojok-mojok gitu loh.
Betul. Kemudian kami mengundang salah satu dewan juri dari Business Plan Competition untuk menyerahkan sertifikat simbolis kepada para pemenang.
Oke, tepuk tangan yang meriah lagi untuk para runner up dari Business Plan Isfest 2025.
Oke, tadi dari runner up sudah diumumkan, sekarang waktunya ke top 3. Betul banget. Udah ada nih podium digitalnya nih di sini.
Oke, tanpa
berlama-lama lagi.
The third winner of the Business Plan Competition is Joskindos from Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana.
Bagi tim yang menjadi pemenang bisa naik ke atas panggung. Dari UKSW. Lalu sekarang kita akan lanjut ke juara kedua dari Business Plan Competition.
Okay, so up next, the second winner of the Business Plan Competition is Koko Kopi Jaya from Universitas Brawijaya.
Sure. And without any further ado, the first winner of Business Plan Competition is
Tawakal from Universitas Gajah Mada. Universitas Gajah Mada.
Ya, jangan salah ya Bimo ya. Ganti unik mendadak ya. Pada teman-teman dari tim Tawakal bisa naik ke atas panggung. Dan kami juga mengundang salah satu dewan juri dari perlombaan Business Plan untuk menyerahkan sertifikasi bonus serta trofi untuk ketiga pemenang.
Congratulations to the business plan winner.
Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat kepada ketiga pemenang dari Business Plan Competition.
Yang selanjutnya ini kayaknya yang belum apa ya Kak Claria?
Masih ada terakhir last but not least dari UI UX Competition.
Oke, tapi kayaknya kecepetan ya kalau
Bener
udah
banget. Bentar, kita dengar dulu suara dari teman-teman peserta UI UX Competition. Buat teman-teman yang ikut UI UX Competition, mana suaranya?
Oh, lagi-lagi dari kanan
Lagi-lagi
ya?
dari kanan. Apa yang di kanan ini ikut semuanya ya kayaknya ya?
Iya.
Gitu. Tadi kita udah tanya salah satu dari teman-teman peserta Business Plan Competition, gimana kalau sekarang kita tanyain teman-teman yang ikut UI UX Competition. Kira-kira di mana ya ini ya? Bisa nebak nggak ya kita ya? Yang mana yang ikut UI UX Competition?
Siapa ya?
Oke, kira-kira siapa ya ini ya yang... Kalau kamu mau denger kesan pesan dari siapa nih Bim?
Siapa ya ini? Dari yang almetnya biru muda ini ya kayaknya.
Oh, boleh.
Sangat menarik perhatian ya almetnya ini.
Soalnya
ya.
lain dari yang lain gitu ya warnanya.
Yang lain
ya?
warnanya soft ini ngejreng gitu ya.
Oke, boleh silahkan
Boleh
ditanya-tanya.
ini dari kedua kakaknya siapa yang mau memberikan kesan pesan?
Oke, sudah tersenyum lebar nih, kayaknya udah siap banget gitu ya. Boleh tolong perkenalkan diri dulu, dari mana asalnya, namanya siapa, ikut lomba apa nih kakaknya?
Boleh Kak, Saya Daniel Mido dari Universitas Multidata Palembang. Nah, untuk pertanyaan selanjutnya Kak.
Oke, siap. Kira-kira kesan pesan dari kakaknya selama ikut Isfest 2025 itu apa aja?
Kesan pesan. Kalau overall sih di saat lombanya yang jelas capek ya 12 jam.
Betul, capek. Oke, realistis jawaban kakaknya ya ini, sangat realistis. Terus gimana lagi tuh Kak?
Kalau untuk pesan overall udah bagus Kak.
Oke, yakin?
Serius Kak.
Oke. Ini kakaknya dari Palembang jauh-jauh ke sini ya?
Iya Kak.
Wih, keren banget.
Aku penasaran. Kalian kesini naik apa kira?
Kami kesini naik HS-nya kampus.
Wow, naik HS kampus, keren. Berapa hari itu kira-kira?
Dari Palembang sampai sini itu 18 jam.
Wow, 18 jam di HS.
18 jam buat ikut Isfest 2025, keren banget teman-teman yang dari Palembang ini. Kira-kira udah siap belum mau dengerin pengumuman pemenangnya? Kakaknya ikut lomba apa sih?
Kami ikut UI UX Kak.
Oh pas banget gitu. Oke, semoga tim kakaknya bisa menjadi juara ya, udah jauh-jauh dari Palembang nih.
Amin Kak.
Amin, terima kasih Kak.
Oke.
Masih mau tanya-tanya lagi atau mau langsung nih?
Kayaknya langsung aja ya.
Oke,
Kayaknya udah
betul.
pada deg-degan, gak sabar mau tahu siapa sih pemenang UI UX Isfest 2025 ini. Oke, Kak Clarity bisa bacain?
Okay, so the second runner-up for UI UX competition is
Idea from Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana.
Selamat kepada tim Idea karena telah meraih posisi second runner-up di UI UX competition.
Okay, so for the first runner-up, we have 3, 2, 1.
Uhuy from Universitas Multidata Palembang.
Multidata Palembang di Brawijaya ya. Oke, mohon maaf sekali dan bagi teman-teman dari tim Uhuy bisa naik ke atas panggung. Sekali lagi selamat kepada kedua runner-up dari perlombaan UI UX dan kami mengundang salah satu dari dewan juri dari UI UX Competition untuk menyerahkan sertifikat simbolis kepada kedua runner-up.
Congratulations to the two runner-up in UI UX competition. And without any further ado, we will announce the top 3 winner for UI UX competition for Isfest 2025.
Exactly. Now we will start with the third winner of UI UX competition. And the third winner is
Kreativa from Universitas Bina Nusantara.
Oke, mohon maaf sekali lagi ternyata ada miskomunikasi dengan panitia. Nama tim ini adalah Kreativa dari Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana ya.
Pakai itu dalamnya kayak binus soalnya.
Oh, jadi warnanya agak mirip gitu ya. Setelah itu boleh dibacain untuk pemenang keduanya.
Okay, on the second winner of UI UX competition is Onsen Egg from Universitas Bina Nusantara.
Boleh berikan tepuk tangan buat teman-teman tim Onsen Egg dari Universitas Bina Nusantara. Hari ini ya.
Yeah. Okay, so the first winner of UI UX competition is Manifesting from Universitas Nusantara PGRI Kediri.
Lagi-lagi ternyata kesalahannya di nama universitas. Ternyata Manifesting ini dari Universitas Brawijaya ya. Mohon maaf teman-teman. Dan sekali lagi berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah kepada ketiga juara dari lomba UI UX. Kemudian kami juga mengundang salah satu dari Dewan Juri untuk menyerahkan sertifikat dan trofi secara simbolis kepada para pemenang. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat kepada seluruh pemenang dari perlombaan di Isfest 2025. Dan setelah semua pemenang sudah diumumkan, baiknya kita foto sekali lagi ya Bim
bener-bener.
ya.
Bagi yang menang bisa tuh diangkat ya, dipamerin trophies and the certificates.
Betul. Apakah dari teman-teman tim dokumentasi sudah siap untuk mengambil gambar?
Untuk yang di bagian kiri bisa pindah ke, untuk peserta yang di sebelah kiri bisa dimohon untuk berpindah ke tengah karena biar masuk frame.
Betul, sudah capek-capek ikut lomba, kalau nggak ada fotonya kan juga sedih ya Kak ya, betul.
Nanti biar bisa dibawa pulang. Biar ada kenangannya, sudah pernah di FTI UKSW.
Betul banget Kak Bimo. Teman-teman dari dokumentasi sudah siap? Oh iya, untuk teman-teman panitia juga bisa bergabung di bagian depan supaya juga ikut nih.
Oh iya betul, untuk menunjukkan hasil kerja kerasnya
betul
ya.
Banget.
Untuk para juri juga sekiranya yang masih ada di belakang bisa untuk maju ke depan. Oke, sudah siap semuanya?
Sebentar, masih ada yang masih jalan nih Kak di atas tuh panitianya.
Apakah sudah masuk semua teman-teman dokumentasi? Oke. 3, 2, 1. Sekali lagi pamerin trofinya, pamerin sertifikatnya, gaya bebas. 3, 2, 1. Oke, sebentar. Sebelum kalian semua berpindah, ini aku mau kalian ngeluarin jargonnya sekali lagi ya. Untuk Kak Ratna bisa minta tolong untuk memimpin lagi. Oh, tadi kan jargonnya berdiri ya teman-teman. Jadi kita berdiri lagi ya. Biar masih semangat, biar semangat nih. Persiapan pulang harus semangat ya.
Betul banget nih Kak Bimo.
Oke, sudahkah berdiri semua? Sudahkah terlihat semua? Masih ingat jargonnya ya teman-teman? Masih dong. Oke, sudah bisa.
Isfest 2025, Breaking Borders, Building.
Oke, terima kasih untuk semua yang sudah mau ikut berfoto. Para hadirin sekalian, kami mohon untuk bangkit sekali lagi karena kita akan menyanyikan Mars UKSW. Para hadirin dipersilahkan untuk duduk kembali.
Saat ini kita semua sudah ada di penghujung dari acara pada hari ini nih teman-teman. Dan karena tadi acara ini diawali dengan doa, dan kami akan mengundang sekali lagi untuk Saudara Yosef maju ke depan dan memimpin kita untuk menutup acara hari ini dengan doa juga.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we end our event today, it will be good for us to pray. Let us pray. Dear God, as we come to the close of this event, we want to thank you for your presence and guidance throughout our time together. Thank you for the knowledge, insight, and experience that have been shared today. We are grateful for the speaker, moderator, and organizers who effort made this event possible. Bless them for the wisdom and dedication they have given. May the lesson we have learned today inspire us applying them in our studies, work, and lives. We also pray for everyone here that what we have gained today will be fruit in our growth and help us a positive impact on others. May this event not just end here, but continue to guide us towards greater purpose and understanding. Bless our journey ahead, and may we always walk into your light and wisdom. Amen.
Terima kasih Saudara Yosef atas kesediaannya.
Dan saat ini acara Isfest 2025 sudah benar-benar selesai. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih banyak untuk partisipasi aktif dari teman-teman peserta semua yang hadir di sini. Dan bagi teman-teman yang belum mendapat juara, jangan berkecil hati karena masih ada kesempatan lain di kemudian hari untuk teman-teman bersinar.
Oh iya, sebelum keluar jangan lupa untuk mengisi aksi tiket ya teman-teman yang berada di belakang kami.
Setelah ini para Dewan Juri serta Bapak Ibu dosen dapat meninggalkan auditorium untuk melanjutkan aktivitas masing-masing. Kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya atas dukungan dari Bapak Ibu Dewan Juri selama berlangsungnya kegiatan Isfest 2025. Sekali lagi boleh berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah kepada Dewan-Dewan Juri kita yang luar biasa. Sepertinya teman-teman ini masih mengisi exit tiketnya ya.
Iya, ini apakah sudah nge-scan semua?
Kelihatannya masih banyak nih yang masih nge-scan QR exit tiketnya ya. Kita tunggu sebentar lagi. Pastikan teman-teman semua sudah mengisi exit tiket yang disediakan. Jangan lupa ingatkan juga teman kanan kirinya. Siapa tahu ada yang belum scan.
Tuh. Apakah sudah semua? Yang di atas sepertinya sudah tidak mengetik lagi itu Claire. Sepertinya sudah selesai ya.
Masih ada beberapa yang mengetik nih di sebelah sini ya Bim ya. Oke, apakah teman-teman semua sudah selesai mengisi exit tiketnya? Kalau sudah selesai boleh dong kasih jempol yang sudah selesai isi. Oke, sebagian besar sudah selesai isi exit tiketnya ya. Dan ada sedikit pengumuman bagi teman-teman yang menjadi pemenang di perlombaan yang ada selama Isfest 2025, dimohon untuk tinggal sebentar di ruangan ini ya. Jadi jangan langsung pulang dulu.
Okay. So sadly, we have come to the end of the competition. Just like every encounter, there will always has their own farewell waiting at the end of the line.
But don't be sad because there are always ways for us to see each other's eyes again. Dan jika saat memimpin acara kami ada salah kata maupun perbuatan, kami memohon maaf. Saya Clarity.
Saya Bimo. Kami selaku Master of Ceremony pamit undur diri.
Sampai jumpa di event selanjutnya.